Hello, 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 hello. So today will indeed be continuing the Mount Lanakila and the Galarian Darumaka hunts. But yeah, already a little heads up, I might be having a slightly shorter stream today. I have some things that I need to be doing tomorrow, and I need to be doing some things before I go to play bed, or more specifically, before it's too late. Don't want to be mean to the neighbors. We shall see. We shall see. But still, today for sure we're gonna be getting a decent amount of checks in. Even though right now the hunting is gonna be a little bit awkward because there is certain someone on my desk and taking the entire space. I don't know who could it be. She has wanting to be getting a lot of attention today though. It's like insane amount. As soon as I wake up, she has want to be getting attention. Did get the food and still wanting to be getting more attention. So that's how some days do be. Some days they want a lot of attention, and there is sometimes really nothing that you can do. Thankfully, it's still the case that I only need one hand for one Joy-Con. Because if I need the other one, I can always be just clicking it off somewhere else. This dude has been also very talkative today. Very, very talkative. Let's try and get some encounters then. We started with a funny lawnmower dude. There's nothing wrong with her being on the table as usual. It's just because I'm usually using like or controlling the different devices with the other hand spot. It's a little awkward, but nothing that you can't get used to. So it's just a little, just no space on the other side. Having the things to be the other way around. Oh, well, yeah, we manage, we manage. Oh, hello, Capture, who wanted to be following me. I know, life is hard. I'm gonna be taking the other Joy-Con away from you, so I lay down there better. As I've been saying, we'll be hitting, or we have the chance to be hitting 3 times the odds on the Mount Lanakila hunt today. Which is pretty interesting. Interesting indeed. Try and make actually the things work way. There. There's no way that I can be put it there. Well, I mean, I can be doing a little bit more of an awkward thing then. Anyways, some encounters today, indeed. It would be around like 700, no, not even that, around 600 checks that I would be needing to be hit in the triple odds. Because I'm always thinking that how many I would need to be encountering for to be getting in average 800 checks in. That was a little bit too much in quotes. So, depending on how things go, should be maybe around like some hours for sure. You never truly know, but yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. Having an okay-ish day myself. Nothing too bad going on today at all. Quite a nice day. There we go. It's a a little bit better now. The cat should be very happy today. She did break one of her favorite choice last night though. I mean, it was on the edge of breaking anyways. You know, now it's just in 2 parts and she seems to be wanting to play with them anyways. It's like one of those hair ties that have like a decorated piece attached to them. And like those should like fall apart from each other. She still likes it though. It was at one time indeed like the only thing that she cared about. No other toy would be counting then. I know I'm telling stories about you again. What a terrifying thing to be doing on a Thursday afternoon. A terrible, terrible thing indeed. But yeah, she has been very playful for the last couple of days for sure. It could be because... Indeed. I told you yesterday that we were cleaning the bed. Like everything around it, and yesterday we did clean then one rug. So, like, it could be... like we can be switching some rugs around. But unfortunately, yeah, they need to be cleaned because they were... indeed in the storage for... like, at least half a year or so. You know, being stinky from there, and also I guess we didn't clean it before we throw it in there because we know that we need to be cleaning it anyways before we start be using it, because I will say that the storage place, it isn't the cleanest area ever that we have in here. Nothing that we can do about it. Nothing we can do about it indeed. Yeah, because the problem is that, you know, everyone is like having their tires in the storage, which is a little iffy. That can you store your tires in there or not? Because like some places like say no straight away to that, which is annoying, because where will you be putting the tires then? Because not everyone is wanting to be paying a ton of money for like a place that they can be storing their tires in. And also the problem is that then you have to be changing your tires there as well. Because a lot of people, at least in here, want to be changing their tires themselves. Because I know that some people, and I know that did at some point use like... Cat is on the move. Are you like fully gone now? Okay, sure. Yeah, I'm a little bit more comfortable with myself then. If people that I know that they use the like companies to be changing their cars, did have like the problem that like when they needed like on the go to be changing like into a spare tire, and the tire was like too tight, couldn't be getting it out. So that's the kind of issue to be using them, because they really be putting it tight there, so quite frustrating in that one. Yeah, doobie what it doobie. There is only very few times that I have ever needed to be changing a tire on the go. Very few times. And one time it was that we were in a parking lot anyway, so like it wasn't that dangerous even. And for the reason for the tire to be broken was because it was just like standing in one spot, and probably like a rock or something was, you know, making some damage with that. But yeah, to be interesting for sure. Oh, today is also like ridiculously cold again, because the sun is up and actually showing itself today as well. It's minus 16 Celsius right now. It was like minus almost 30 at night. It's insane. Was insane indeed. I will say one thing that is a little bothering to me, because we have like those 24/7, like you can be, it is literally used for like cleaning rugs, like those like self-service ones. Um, they're all fun and all, but my only problem with them myself is that, like, they are usually attached to like a grocery store, as they do be. And like, first you need to be waiting until the like it has been like being washed in the machine, but then you need to like get it out and then be going ahead and trying it as well, and it's an annoyance. I guess I don't know, I don't really want to be leaving the place, but at the same time I don't know how to be spending that much time in there. Because for us the problem is actually, from like the cleaning the rug, is actually trying it at this point in the year. Because you can't really be throwing it outside. You can, but it's gonna be freezing. And then it's still the issue that there's gonna be water everywhere. But yeah. Sometimes I would just wish that there would be just like those trying places. Because the rug that we did clean, it is like decently sized. So, you know, you can't really be putting it on certain places because they can't be holding it because they will break down. Because too hefty. So, what did you be? If only there would be a way in here to be putting a train rack that could be able to handle it onto the bathroom. But unfortunately, it's just, first of all, there just isn't any room because bathrooms in here are like ridiculously small. In this specific place, I don't understand why. Can barely be fitting everything in there. And then, like, we just don't have anything that would be able to handle the mass that it has to offer. Hello. How are you doing? It's good to hear. I'm assuming that everything went well then there. Yo. Nice. You gotta love it. Jeez. Yeah, Dynamax Adventure luck is sometimes absolutely insane. I would kind of like to be getting at one point, like finding a 2-on-1. Even though, of course, I can only keep one, but it would be still kind of cool to be seeing, especially without a charm. Jeez. Would you be lucky then? So waiting for that Eveltal. All waiting for the Eveltal indeed. And getting everything afterwards straight away. Nice. Yeah, I'll be getting back to Luxurnia's Hunt on the weekend. As I said, I should be free on Saturday as well. Well, we shall see. We'll see. But imagine getting shinies through the random encounters. Couldn't be me. Still, I'm not counting Legends Arceus because in my mind they are not really like they are not truly random. Yes, technically random encounters, but they have a different feel to them. One day, for sure. Maybe the day will be today. Maybe the day will be today then. Oh yeah, I will say one thing that is a little surprising to me that I haven't in such a long time been having issues with the internet. It's so strange. I mean, of course I don't mind it, but like usually at least a little bit. I mean, I did drop very few frames at the start today, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter, and I think I know the reason anyways for that, so... Yeah, I was using the internet for one thing at a time, so it did take all of it out. So yeah, that was completely understandable. But yeah, it is insane. Then again, usually when I do be having the internet issues, it's like everything at once. Which is understandable. Why wouldn't it be working like that, you know? Yeah. Let's see how bad it is going to be in the summertime then. Even though, like, I will say that I of course understand why in the summertime it is the case that, you know, a bunch of people are using the internet and whatnot. But at the same time, it's kind of strange because still, like, not everyone is you know, having the break at the same time. And, you know, a bunch of people do be traveling at summer times as well. Because the weird thing is that for, like, usually what I see for, like, the summer months, the most problematic is June. It could be because, you know, everyone getting out of school and stuff like that. Maybe parents, like, also be taking a break then. It do be really depending on here though, like how long of a summer break. Or as my father likes to be calling it, quite literally a yearly break. I don't know why he calls it that, but sure. I guess because it's like the only like very much guaranteed break, even though you can still be kind of choosing the time when it happens. I think for places my father works in, it's like 4-month period that everyone needs to be having there. 2 or 3 weeks, I don't remember how long it was. He did get more time off, like, when we were younger, because he asked for it, you know. Yeah, I don't remember. Or it could be as well that he just did have like so many other like days off, or like days off that he needed to be spending then. Things have changed though, and they don't work as like that anymore, unfortunately. What do you? Yeah, I don't know. June is indeed usually the month that is like when the internet is the most broken. July is a lot like more chill, which I kind of find weird in one way, especially for like the recent years. Is that usually July is the month that everyone is gonna be going ahead and like traveling to places. And either way, like spending more time outside, which I do be finding strange in one thing because it's like, in my opinion, uncomfortably hot then. But then again, also July is the month that most of the like hospitals and whatnots, they are having like a bigger like they are having the month that they are having the biggest breaks, because June is almost the only month that like has in some places every single year like the yearly thing that on June we have a different phone schedule, for example. No, July. I'm mixing up the names. Yeah, July is usually the one in here that everyone is like having like the bigger breaks. And then August is a little bit of a question because it really depends on like, especially like for school, it depends on what point in school you are. Because sometimes you're starting your school in the first few weeks or first 2 weeks of August. And on the other places you might be starting either at the end of August or in the beginning of the September. Be starting the school year. But yeah. It's interesting. Let's continue. A bunch of sojourners, I think. That's the third one already. I mean, sure. Strange to be seeing you so much. Hmm. Oh, Sneasel. Oh, Sneasel. Oh, there you not be pink. Interesting story. Very interesting. I don't know why, but I'm still really wanting to be getting like spin-off games that would be having bunch of mini games, or have main series games that would be having bunch of mini games. Because I was just thinking, like, what if it would be like having for like every single HM like a mini game at some point? Would that be interesting? Because like it's kind of, as I said, it is kind of sad that there isn't too many mini games nowadays in Pokemon games. It has never really been that big of a focus, but I would rather be seeing something more. Honestly, I guess sometimes it would be nice to be playing them. Because of course, like, there is like the stadium games, but like you have to be using whatever the Pokemons are in that mini game. Because like I would like to just like to be able to choose more of a Pokemon that I can be using, like the way that it was in the Pokeathlon, for example, that you can literally be using whatever you want. Of course, you need to be capturing it first, and every Pokemon has their strengths and weaknesses. Gonna be waiting though for the black and white remakes at one point. And seeing if there is Pokestar Studios there or not. I will say if there is, I would like it to be... I would like it to be made to be not exact copy of the thing, instead of being a little bit its own thing. Because like all the mini games that you can be playing in Scarlet and Violet, they are kind of because like it's the same thing as it was in the gym challenge or something like that, and it's like yeah, it could be different though. There's something quite like interesting challenges in some of them though, to be getting like special rewards, but that's about it really. Like try to get every tablecloth in that game. It's not as easy as you thought. Also with the minigame in the Kitakami, I would be wishing that you could be choosing which location you're in instead of it being random. Because like some areas you're just not gonna be as good as, and some locations you prefer over the others. I mean, I think I have played it total like 2 times, maybe 3. Because like it's a cool thing, but at the same time it's it's kind of at the end of the day. At least you get a cool reward if you will be able to get the final one to be done. It's not a nothing at least. It would be kind of strange to be getting like Pokemon Stadium, another game in that right now, but at the same time, I don't know. It could be kind of cool. I mean, at least I will say that you can be playing them on the Switch now. Yeah. I mean, they could be doing like they did for Shino, that they're gonna be doing both. But honestly, if there's gonna be a Legends game for Unova, it's probably gonna be just one dragon that is gonna be there, because it's probably gonna be based on the original dragon instead of the split ones. We shall see, we shall see. Whatever they might be doing. Is at some point for sure gonna be something about the Unova remake, Legends game, whatever it shall be. They're gonna be making another DLC for Scarlet and Violet, and it's gonna be basically Unova remakes. I mean, in my opinion, one cool way to be making Unova remakes is that they do kind of what they did do in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, that make it to be clear that they are different. And then, like, make it, like, somehow to be connecting with, like, Scarlet and Violet's, like, story in the Unova region. Or at least, if nothing else, I think there is gonna be, like, some form of mention for them at some point. I will say though that I have always kind of hated all the, like, bigger members in the Team Galaxy. It's the evil team in Shino, right? I don't know, because I don't really dislike any of the other ones. I don't know what it is about them, but they're just annoying. It's just annoying. I don't know why, but they are. When you, I don't really know, like, what else, like evil team that I would be disliking like that. I guess I will say that whatever is like German Rose is like the evil team. The only thing that I will be saying that it's kind of unnecessary. It doesn't really do anything, but just to be having a bunch of battles. There was honestly very good character designs in Legends Arceus, for sure. Oh no. I mean, it is always kind of have been the case in any kids' games. It's always the questionable designs. I don't know why one of my nose started to be bleeding. All of a sudden. Yeah. I guess you can kind of see it more like now with like things being on 3D as well. Instead of them being like 2D as well. So like that could be like they have like bunch of opportunities to be making them look better as well in general. Yeah. I mean, I will say that I don't personally like Mystery's design in the game too much. It's like, eh. I will say that I think my favorite mystery design is probably Let's Go, honestly. Well, yeah, of course, like every single like character that is very much shown in the anime, they're gonna be liked in game. Because not, you know, everyone didn't have at first access to the games, and then they only like did watch the anime, and then they played through the games afterwards. But no, let's please calm down already. This is getting annoying. But I will say though that I, like looking back at it, I don't really like the thing that every single one of like Ash's like female friends in the anime, the main ones, and for the first few ones, it was always that they like hated each other. It like seems odd, like why are you traveling with someone that you hate then? Like it's just like why? I mean, I will say that I don't think that he really needed all the friends that he had on the anime, but I mean, it definitely did make it more interesting that he wasn't just alone. It's just kind of annoying that the first few ones, they just kind of felt the same as the female ones. Yeah. I think one of my least favorite anime dudes that was with Ash for quite some time was Max. I don't know what it is about him. I just can't with him. Cause I just thought that he was kind of unnecessary, honestly. He didn't really ever do anything too useful. But then again, to be fair, I have not really watched too much since the Shino ones. I planned to be watching everything, but nah. Yeah, I guess. But no, please. It was kind of unfortunate in my opinion that like every single time that either Proc or Mr. did left, that there needed to be like some character that was working like pretty much the same way. Like, I don't think that that was super necessary myself. No, seems to be fine for now. But yeah, it is interesting though in the anime that there was like certain characters that definitely meant to be annoying. Well, most of the rivals usually are meant that way, but then again, like usually I didn't mind them. Like at the end of the day. Like I don't remember who was like May's like rival in the contest. But like that dude, yeah, he was annoying, but at the same time, after a while it didn't bother me anymore. But that was like definitely written as an annoying character. But yeah, one thing that I would have kind of wished to be the case from the anime is that you would have been getting a rival for each of like the different things. Like there is indeed the ones that did duo contest instead of like gym battles. You get a rival for that. I would have kind of been wishing that that would have been the case as well. Even though it wouldn't be needed to be playing that big of a part, but at least have some sort of rival. Because the anime kind of gave me the feeling that, like, in everything in Pokemon, there needs to be a rival for that. I mean, I personally never played Auras that much. So... But yeah, I think that should be the case in every place that like that. I remember that everyone was complaining how much or how many they were there, how many rivals there were in X and Y though, which is kind of understandable. Some call them friends, some call them rivals. So it's kind of super unnecessary again, but I guess they tried something else and it didn't really seem to be working out. And still, like, I will say that for me, both Hop and How seemed like way too similar to each other as rivals. You're boosted. I will say though that I kind of would be hoping that the next rival in a new Pokemon game is not gonna be like so into battles. Even though it is again one of the Pokemon's like main points, but like the last few ones they have been like so interested in it, so I'll be wishing that there would be one next that wouldn't be so much into it. Be like more like fine with it, you know. Wouldn't be like their whole personality is the battling. Because like both Nimona and Hope have kind of been for me like they are way too interested in the battling and it's the whole personality for them. I mean, I don't mind Nimona. I would be wishing that we could be having as cool of a hairstyle as she has. It's annoying that we can't be having that. Which is always gonna be my complaint about Pokemon games, is that all the cool things are locked for one character, and you can never be having a cool thing. At least I guess they have a little bit expanded with that you can be having like some like special things for certain characters, but I would like to get some more. And I still do be so wishing that in the next game we can actually be changing our clothes. Because I hate the uniform thing. Like 5 kids in total, definitely. It is kind of strange how, like, nowhere... Like, kind of how out of nowhere did it come from. Yeah... Like, it's interesting that it's only like one... Like, I'm pretty sure that in the, like, the special picture that you can get from Peony, like the league card thingy, I'm pretty sure it only has one kid. So, like... Huh? Yeah, I know, but it is still strange. It is still very strange. Like, kind of out of nowhere. And is the next one also gonna be starting with the letter P? The last kid, or the next kid, whatever. And it's gonna be another girl, or it's gonna be a boy this time. Every person ever that is having P in the start is now Uni's kids, no matter how old they are. They are all related. It is kind of a strange thing, indeed. I mean, it could be... Don't know. Jeez. But yeah, I know that of course it's a thing in real life as well that you like name your kids either the same name or starting with the same letters as the parents. Because that was the case for us, for example. That the older kids are starting with the same letter as the one and the younger ones after the other. You never know. You never know. Could be. Could be someone else. But like, at the end of the day, if it's not straight away said, it's like always a possibility that it's not even, you know, his kid. Could be, you know, someone else's that he was taking care of and had a close bond with, but it's more likely that it would be his own kid. But yeah, you never know if they have like... I don't know how large of an age gap they would be having. Because I don't know, for me like Pionia seems like... that they have like an age gap, because for me Pionia has like she looks a lot older than she probably is, kind of person. And Penny is kind of like kiddish with the looks. And you? I mean, same colored eyes is definitely a little sus. I think it was like the way that people like knew that it was confirmed that Uni's and Penny's father is because the way that he said adventure or whatever it is, like the weird thing that he does only. At least that was like the first thing that I remember hearing about it. But yeah. It is kind of weird though that since, you know... Yeah, that is indeed a kind of weird thing for me as well, that... like, why is Penny so far away from, like... her father? I mean, it's not like it's impossible that they have different mothers, for sure, but... I kind of doubt that. Or maybe, I don't know, could it be the thing that maybe... like her mother lives there? They like live in different places? Eh. Strange. And there is of course the thing that we technically don't know is like both the Galar games and the Paldea games happening at the same time, or how much there is in between, year-wise in between them. I mean, it do be expected, like you can be saying that all of them are technically happening at once if there isn't something like saying otherwise. But at the same time, like, technically every Pokemon game could be happening at once. Apart from the ones that, like, literally say, like, this and this amount of years after, like, that happened in that game. But what if we have already seen Peony's other kid? We just don't know it yet. Because that is always a possibility, because the thing is that in Pokemon games, your rivals or whatever it is, like certain characters, they're like parents and family anyways. Usually isn't too talked about. Like, it is quite usually the case that, well, at least you have a mother usually. But then, like, maybe your rival has one in the game. Then it kind of stops there. Which is strange. I don't remember who even is Lacey. Oh, yeah, that dude, yeah. Yeah, that is a kind of strange connection. But why? Why are people thinking that? I know that that usually means something, but at the same time, if you think about it, it doesn't like be a concrete evidence. It isn't a concrete evidence that about their parents. But yeah, it's easy to be making conclusions for sure. But yeah, it is kind of interesting that every single time that like if someone says that they are from somewhere, that they are like automatically related to another like big thing from that city. Yeah, I don't know. I would be finding it kind of odd that if both parents would be a gym leader. Has it ever been a case that like a named character would be having both being gym leaders? Yeah, it is strange. Because I don't know why, because of course usually it's the case that there is only like one gym leader per city or a town, whatever it is. So like, even though it's not unheard of that, you know, people are working not from like where they're living in, but at the same time, in Pokemon games, it, in my opinion, would be kind of strange. Because, like, it's not that easy to be going from point A to point B. If you ask me. Because at least we don't really see too many times that there is, like, a good road between two cities. I mean, the fathers in most of the Pokemon games are nowhere to be seen. But yeah, I think the, like, if you think logically, the reason why I think that fathers are usually not present, at least for the player, is because would be you know, would be working. Yeah, but still. But how can neither of them be her parents because they don't share the same hair color? Yeah, exactly, like, it's insane. For example, in here, the thing is that people come to live in the place that, or the city that I live in, because there is, the tax is lower than in the big city, but they work in the big city then. And like, everything is a lot cheaper from, like, if we would be living in here compared to there. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, Pokemon is a strange one. I mean, usually we don't even see where people are living in. We are just because it just seems like the gym leaders are living in the gym. They can never escape. They are always trapped in there. Exactly. Just be on your workplace your entire life. Working on a construction site. I mean, I don't know, maybe all the gym leaders have a secret team member, and it's like Abra that can be teleporting them to straight away to their workplace whenever someone is gonna be challenging them. Otherwise, they're chilling at home. You never know. You never know. Yeah, it is kind of strange if you actually started to think about things. How both the Elite Four slash champion And like gym leaders worked like before like Sword and Shield, they were just kind of always be on the place. Just standing there, forever trapped. Because in both Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet, they are like physically shown to be moving somewhere in some form of cutscene. Because why wouldn't you want to be staying in an active volcano room your entire life? That's called true dedication. Definitely not talking about Claire's gym. I know it's just lava there, but same thing. And the thing with the lead force is that, like, I would say that they would be quite lonely because they are standing alone in a quite a spacious room. Yeah. But I will say that there is definitely few gyms that I wouldn't like to be working in. That's for sure. And those are like one of the more the dangerous ones, like the fire gym in Hoenn, because jeez. Oh. Oh yeah, did you get your master balls already, or are you still working on them? How many have you gotten? Nice. You're over halfway there then. Let's go. How often do you even look for the master balls? And how often do you need to refill them? Are you only capturing the legendary with the master ball, or are you catching everything? Yeah, I thought so. Because you can find the other ones like somewhere else and capture them with master ball somewhere else. Yeah. You don't need to, but in my opinion, it is kind of wasteful to be having it to be at full at all times. If you're not like planning on doing like a reset one, then you know, fair enough. Yeah. Well, the good thing is that you get them for free, in quotes. Everything you capture, you can buy another one. Or everything you defeat, also, if you don't catch it. Is it good that I don't remember where you would be using Armorite or in? I don't remember ever using it. I don't know, because I know that there is like... Well, it has to be something to do in the, of course, in the DLC. The first one. AKA the Isle of Armor. But I'm pretty... I mean, it could be, but it would be strange if it would be used for the max soups. I know that, like, there is the mushrooms that are at least used for them, but, I mean, it isn't, like, impossible that they are, like, not used for them. It would be strange. Yeah, I don't remember as well, but I have, like, tons of it. Not even evolving it. I mean, I will say that I do be preferring Kapfu as a Kapfu, also Kapchu as a Kapchu. And the thing is as well that you can easily be evolving it anyways in Scarlet and Violet. But you need to be playing the game twice or 3 times to be getting like each form and then Kafu. You know the funny thing? Do I have an update for that or why is it broken? There isn't even an update for it. And I know that the website isn't down. What are you planning to do there? Is there special events going about soon? Oh yeah, that makes sense. For Valentine's Day, and I'm assuming. Thanks, phone, for working. Is there nothing else for Valentine's Day on like Scarlet and Violet? I know in oh, it's just love disc. It's kind of disappointing because usually it's at least like something else. But fair enough. What candies are they talking about? Yeah. Thanks, phone. Being so nice. It's so annoying to be trying to find something like where to use the armorite, or I can always be finding like how to be getting it. I know how I get it. Like, how am I actually gonna be using it? How useless is it? So useless that you can't even be finding anything for it. 5 armor door can be exchanged to a student move tutor in Master Dojo, so somewhat useful, not really my thing. It's one of at least the uses. Seven armor door can be in exchange for Digibot in training lowlands to dig wads. As a Cremo magic input. A thing that I have like never ever used. You put 3 ore in If you put 3 plays in the first, third, and fourth slots, and an item in the second slot, the result will be a PP up. So basically, very useful. I mean, I guess the Watts thing is probably for me the most useful thing. But at the same time, how do you dig for them? Anyways. So yeah, armorized ore is very useful. One of the more useful things of all time, that's for sure. It is kind of a shame that there isn't more use for each. How many do I even have in this game? Curious. I haven't really like tried to be collecting them, but still wonder like how much. There's still the max honey there. And no, probably other items then. 20H. Wow. Yeah, I just don't care. I mean, honestly, do I need to be getting too many if they don't really do anything? As I said, for me, the only useful thing really is that I can be getting watts from it. I mean, I will say that there is definitely like not that bad ways to be getting a bunch of them if you really need them, but I don't care. But I mean, at least it's maybe a nice way to be getting PP ups. At least a way to be getting it, even though the explanation was a little strange. But anyways. Put a ore in the first, third, and fourth slot, then put something on the second one. Thanks. Oh no, is my nose running again? Away. Seems to be fine. But yeah, I remember that my mom was so bad with nose bleedings. It was insane. And it kind of stopped as well. So I'm kind of the same story as with this with my older brother as well. Yeah. I don't know what it is about. Why it was such a big issue for my mom for a while. Actually, now that I think about it, I think it was the workplace. Because there was anyways like some issues in the building, like... there was like some issues there anyways that like... the workplace was like... there was like some issues that it actually... at least part of it needed to be like destroyed because it was like too dangerous to be there. Imagine having a bunch of money in Pokemon games. I mean, I know that I do have a decent amount, but at the same time, like... I kind of grinded it at once to be getting a bunch of money, to be hoping that I don't need it for a little while. Is there like Belly Bolt attached to it then? Since you're blaming Belly Bolt? And of course, her ace slash favorite Pokemon needs to be there. And the thing is as well, in the Iono's hair, are those like Magnemites? Like, are they actual Magnemites that are just strange, or are they like something else? Actual accessories that move on their own. Oh no. But you can be wearing like, Pokemon's accessory. Are you saying that Comfey wouldn't be making a nice necklace? I mean, I will say that I kind of understand why Iona would be one of the more expensive ones. Because I guess being very popular and stuff like that. I will say that I don't mind Iono, but at the same time it would be the kind of person that I wouldn't like to be around with because just doesn't feel like a person that I like too much. A little too active for my liking. It's definitely an interesting one. I do be loving the design that she has, though. Yeah. Could it be more expensive because it's new? Could that be having something to do with the price? Because usually places that at first like things are expensive and then they get cheaper over time. Yeah, I don't know. Well, it could be though that they are thinking that Iono is a popular, like more popular right now than Cynthia is, to be getting more money because people are willing to be paying it. Which is smart on their hand, but it's unfortunate for the buyer. Honestly, I'm not too surprised. Isn't there quite a good amount of Pokemon Center exclusives? Because they want, of course, to that to be used. As I have said before, if someone is willing to buy it, it's gonna be staying at that price. Jeez. I will say that I kind of understand Marnie and Elisa. I don't myself really understand Skyla though. It's a not bad design, but I don't know, it's not really my, like, in the list of the best ones. It's kind of eh. Huh? Why is all the Unova one so spicy? Oh, jeez. So many pricey Unova ones. And that seems like a more decent price to be paying. It's still a lot of money, but it's more reasonable. Was there a specific reason why it was reprinted? Yeah. Fair, fair. I will say that, at least from what I remember, like, Rosa is quite that's shiny. Hello, Vertig. It's something. Already have one of you. Anyways. Wasn't really looking at the screen, that's why a delayed reaction. You don't have anything too scary, do you? Checked it out already, but I'm gonna double check. Better check. And I mean that it's not the greatest shiny anyways. Up to it's so much better. It has Blizzard, Rest, Trash, and Hail. The last one I caught is in the Premier Ball because it was from Dynamax Adventures. I honestly will say that I don't really care about Pokeball. Yes, nothing really matches. That's the problem. Let's try Quick Wall for funsies. Yeah. Oh no. I'm frozen solid. Oh no. Anyway. I don't know. I honestly will say that I don't care which Pokeball you're caught in. You don't really match any Pokeballs. Just Ultra Balls, I guess. Another Blizzard. Wow. We throw in repeat balls if it seems like I need to. Yeah, Beardig is quite a nice one. Attacking wise, shiny wise, not really. Oh no! Gonna be going down soon, that's unfortunate. Gonna be captured already. Yo. I don't really know what to nickname you, honestly. Definitely giving you one though. I guess I call you Nate because I was starting to be talking about Rosa. Quite fitting. Nature-wise, you're gonna be definitely naive by nature. No marks. You're brave. Boost evasiveness in hailstorms. Yo. Yeah, I guess I could be adding you to the party for now. Show you a few times in battle. Why not? Yeah, it's definitely a shiny. You can't use Sucker Punch. Yeah. I I got a bear chick. Wow. Hello, Sneasel. We're doing like until I can catch up to 12k on the Mount Anakila, then I started something in this game. Apparently I can't be escaping anything. I mean, I'm on the lower side of the levels, but still. No snowburn. Almost 7k! Not quite. It is definitely not a nice shiny. I don't know why it needs to be so bad, because Cupshoe is very nice. My box is starting to be full, I need to be doing something about it. Do I have anything to be healing the thing? I have full restore. I have ice heals. Yo. Do I have like the berries on this file? I have the berries on this file. That's shall be good enough. I'm gonna be going in here, so I'm not gonna be getting encounters. I might as well doing a few things then. Oh yeah, I need to be adding a new one. Yes. When we see it soon. I do it wrong way. Let's find bear chick. I did it the right way. But the dude is so small. Let's put it there. And then let's hide it a little bit though. Like that. And I need that as well. Swear that should be correct. That is someone's encounter number. That's probably was the Swirlix. 79. It's phase 2 for the Darumaka. It's gonna be there today, and then next time I'll be removing it. Oh yeah, I need to be opening the app to be setting this to 0. I can't wait to go back and look at my reaction though, because that's an awful reaction. I wasn't looking at the screen. Yeah, I'll be going to 12k on the Absol one. If it's needed. Gonna be just strange to be doing on one game, but catching it up. Vertic, you're still so disappointing. Yeah, I was talking about how I think for like Pokemon characters, like the characters that you can be choosing, I think Rosa, especially like in recent years, has been like a very popular one. It does have a decent design and everything, it's just kind of odd. It definitely could be partially because like the Unova games are starting to be liked. What is that Mr. Mime doing? Glitching out. But I ate something. We take those. We take those even though it's... Even though it's one that I wouldn't like to be getting. What is the percent chance for it anyways? Like 25, maybe? Oh yeah, that isn't working, that stupid app. Random on the other area, please. Yeah, I'm honestly not too surprised. As I said, Rosa is quite a popular one. It's 25%. Dude. And I would like to say that at some point it's gonna be going with the ridiculous prices on the internet. Because, as I said, it is like weirdly popular. It is interesting though, because there has been like some ones that I thought that they would always be popular, like for Pokemon characters. But then they kind of just all of a sudden just went out of nowhere and no one cares about them anymore, really. Again, could be health tanked to the anime. What? Not too bad though. Face is a face nonetheless. It's a 5% with whatever is the amount of boost I get, it being in the recommended thing. But hey, we can always be hoping for a fast face. And I mean, it's the first one on this file, the other one is on my original shield. So, it is kind of something new, but at the same time, not really. We'll be taking Capchu. Cute little cup there. Maybe I will also be getting the Mount Lanakila hunt done. Maybe. It's always a possibility. I think the Mr. Mime is buggy because I'm in this corner and it can't be getting too close to me. I think it broke it. That I'm just in this corner. And again, I don't really know how it is supposed to be working in the first place. Yeah. It is sometimes weird to thinking back how the brain did work when you were a kid. There we go, that's 12k there. I will be starting the double hunting then. Of course I understand, like, there is like the different designs for the characters that you play as between Black Chew and White Chew and the original games. It's still strange how different they are. That's still probably one thing that doesn't make too much sense is that why is the evil team still there? Like, why is it still there? But yeah. I will say though, there has been, in my opinion, some quite like plain like designs for like some Pokemon characters though. Like I will say that I don't like neither of the base Galar ones. I don't know, they just feel boring. It could be the outfits, honestly, more than anything. I just dislike the outfits that they have. I've heard that the Nate is the one that people don't really like that much. Don't understand why, but seems to be the case, so do be what it do be. But then again, it's up to personal preference. Some people like other things. Is there like a specific reason why you dislike Neich? Yeah. Fair enough. I just personally think that Nate just looks like an ordinary guy. Like, yeah, it's just a dude. It could be anything else. Like, literally, Nate is one of those that it just could be like just a regular NPC. For me. Just a regular guy. Yeah. I mean, I will say that in most games I will be preferring a female character anyways. It's not really for anything else, but usually females have more like customizability. That's like my main reason. Yeah, I don't know. I think for me, like, the biggest problem with Nate is that I just don't like the hair. It's just... why? I haven't definitely been the biggest fan of the spiky hairstyle myself. No, I didn't. I got a bear chick. And what do you mean already? It was almost 7k. Yeah. It would be nice. That was a short explanation point. But yeah. I hope not to be getting another bear chick. I already have faced on an ice cream already, but I wouldn't mind that because at least if nothing else I can evolve it. Wilderness, no. If I do be getting two, I would be wishing that I can be getting both male and a female one, so at least be getting the gender differences. But the fun fact is that both of my faces for the Darumaka has been on the 6k mark. It's a wide mark, but both have been like starting way to do. Both have been over 6,000, but under 7,000. The next one will be going to 60,000. Yeah. I mean, I will say that for me, I don't mind to be getting duplicates on DAs. Because I know the odds are so low, so I don't care. But in like random encounters, I would rather not. Imagine not having a shiny bear chick. Twice. That's nice. I will still say though that in my opinion, Frostmoth shouldn't be getting a Dynamax form or Gigantamax form. Such a pretty Pokemon. Oh no, it needed to be Lapras that got it. Again, not bad, but Frostmoth? It's a bad Pokemon to be having as an ace for sure, but It's a cool Pokemon. Isn't Snow like one of the only lines that you can do like ridiculous damage on if you have like super effective move against it? And like set up correctly? Am I misremembering? Yeah. It's ridiculously good. Special attack. There's a decent amount of like good like physical attacker for bugs. And yeah, it's hard to be finding like one that has a pretty good special attack. But the unfortunate thing, of course, is because it has such a good special attack, like there goes anything else that it can be doing. Yeah, Tailwind is very good, especially if it's something like Swampert who is doing the Max Hailstorm because so slow. I know that they have been making a bunch of bug types like nowadays to be good, like new bug types, but I think they should like make more like past bug types better. I know that they don't really do it anymore, that they would be doing anything to older Pokemons, like making their stats better, but why not? Why can't I be using a better Volbeat slash Illumise? Cool Pokemons. Yeah, we faced on the bear chick. Yeah, bug dragon type in general would be nice, but a legendary even better. That could be explaining, like, if they would be making the bug dragon type to be ridiculously good, aka being a legendary, then it would be making sense why there is nowhere to be seen the type combination because too strong. It could. It would be definitely a plot twist, like where did it get all the other types? I honestly will say that I think it's probably gonna be just pure dragon. For the reason that it just splits into so many different types. Or another thing that if they are gonna be like doing it again, which I kind of doubt, is that the original dragon could be like dragon stellar type. I really doubt it that that's ever gonna be in any other games. But then it could be making sense, like how it can be like nowadays so many different types. Well, the thing is, though, even if you would be getting Legends game for Unova, would the original dragon still be like too old for that even? Yeah, I will say that unfortunately, because Kyurem isn't that big part of too many games, I sometimes forget that it's an ice type. But I think I have created like a quite a cool way to be remembering that it's an ice type because I'm just thinking that it's the cold core that is in the middle of the original dragon. But yeah, it's a shame that there hasn't been too many ice dragon or dragon ice types. I mean, I kind of get why there isn't too many of them, because, you know, ice was at one point the only weakness, apart from dragon. But still... And like, usually, you know, dragons being dragons, they don't really like cold. But then again, it is kind of a interesting thing that they can become the thing that they fear, basically. By becoming also an ice type. I honestly will say that I kind of want to be getting another dragon ice type. That it would be starting as a dragon, then in the middle evolution there would be like a cocoon stage that it would be covered in ice. And then in the final form it would be then part ice type. Because it was becoming one with it. People say that that's the reason, because dragons can be handling the cold because they're reptiles. But they do be weak to ice. But even more than what I would be wanting to be getting is the dragon ice type that I described, is to be having like actual dragon fairy, fairy dragon Pokemon. Not just a form that is not even available apart from Pokemon Go nowadays. The games that are updated. And I will still say that I don't completely understand why Mega Altaria is fairy type. Because it's just so strange, like, it's more cloud. Yeah, fairy, because... Exactly. I can't even be miming about what could be the reasoning for more clouds equal fairy. uh... Make a dragon fairies. I will say that it is one of the prettiest mega designs, though. I don't mind the design itself, but it is a little silly that it's a fairy type. Because it is still one of the only lines that do be changing its typing 3 times in the games that it can indeed be mega evolving. First losing the normal type to flying, then losing the fairy. No, not normal type for flying, yeah. Normal type for dragon. Which I don't also understand why it can't be a dragon in the first place. Or just pure flying. Yeah, it's normal to be seeing a bird be attached to a cloud and flying. The very normal thing that I see every day when I go outside. That's why I still kind of wish that we would be getting just a Pokemon that would be a cloud. And then it could be like having the thing that it's like the things that the Altaria line has been like leaving behind and yes, become to life. Oh boy. Cloudbirds. I mean, normal type is kind of a thing that it is sometimes very questionable, like why is it with so many Pokemons? There's some Pokemon that they don't need the normal type. Definitely. It could be just pure whatever type that they are. Because normal type gives usually so much to the other typing. It gives so much. It usually gives you, you know, the weakness to fighting that you probably didn't have already. And an immunity to ghosts. But I kind of hope that normal ghost is gonna be staying more of a unique type combination. It's a very cool type combination. I mean, it is unfortunate that normal doesn't have anything that it can be hitting super effectively with its normal type moves. Yeah, normal legendaries are insane. I love them. But it's just the thing that I think that sometimes like the normal typing is just on a Pokemon for no reason. Like, I will still be saying that I don't understand why the fledgling line couldn't be all the way fire flying. It just doesn't make sense, but anyways. It's just a normal bird that breathes fire, you know? A normal thing to be doing. But yeah, normal types have such a good legendary that it needs to be slow. Because it would be way too OP otherwise. I will say that one thing it would be interesting to be seeing to be done for more Pokemon is that when they evolve, they lose the typing. It's usually only for Pokemons that like have a separate like evolution. Like one will be staying the type that it is, the other one loses it. But like, why couldn't we just be having that at first? It's gonna be two types, and then it's gonna be losing the secondary typing. Would it be annoying? Possibly. That's always quite a good amount of things in Pokemon games. But yeah, one thing that we were definitely missing from Gen 1 though was that we didn't have enough grass poison types. We definitely would have been needing a few more of them. Yeah. Your normal types be that way. Nice double sneasel. But yeah, normal types are good for that. You will be getting variety of moves. Unfortunately, you're just not gonna be able to get like stabbed to those moves. And there is, in very much in every situation, you can be hitting super effectively with a normal type move. There is few rare situations where that could be a thing. But unfortunately, most of the time, no. Yeah, it is. But you know, also return is quite a nice move as well that they have. Slash frustration, but most of the time you would be using a return instead. But you gotta remember that normal types can be using as a stab move, one of the most OP moves in my opinion. And that's try attack. I mean, I will say that Porygon 2 is still considered to be one of the best not fully evolved Pokemons. It can be attacking very well and, you know, can be holding an Eviolite as well. And I will say that it is still my favorite of the bunch. It definitely wouldn't be if it would be having the better design, though, I would like to say, but it didn't get it in the end. Thankfully. Very goofy little guy it would have been that way. Because it definitely wasn't it before that point. And remember when Smeargle was broken? Could be using a move that it can't be using anymore. I mean, to be honest, not Porygon, but the Smeargle has kind of always been a broken Pokemon because can be learning anything. Yeah, it is of course like better that it can't be using it anymore. It is still kind of a shame though. And it was like kind of unfortunate as well that the move was made worse because Miracle could learn it or can use it. But then it was like made again like good in Legends Arceus if I remember correctly. Because it was just made instead that Smeargle can be using it. But you gotta remember the most terrifying Pokemon for a short period of time. Caterpie. It was so good that it was banned. It's still, in my opinion, one of the most hilarious bans. It's a Caterpie. The most dangerous Pokemon. And then there is like quite a good amount of like nowadays like Pokemons that I think that shouldn't be allowed, but then they are allowed and I'm like, huh, why is it there? But hey, things change. Things change indeed. Could you be something else than the Mr. Mime, please? Be hunting you at some point. And the stupid thing is that you're not even boosted. You're one of the only ones that isn't boosted in here. Thank you. For like one time there's gonna be a Sneasel there. But should we be getting more moves that only have one possible use? Because there isn't too many of them. And all the ones that do be having only one use makes sense that they only have one use. Yes, the two that I can remember right now are Sketch and Revival Blessing, or whatever is the move that Pika Cologne has. Yeah. It would be making it would be one of those moves that definitely should be probably. Maybe it would be like 5 usage. That would be making more sense. But yeah, 10 is quite a good amount. Considering that after the first turn is like completely useless. I mean, of course, like name-wise and like what it's meant to be doing makes sense, but it's, yeah. 10. First impressions. Does it even have like a gimmick thing of it, or is it's just a very powerful move that you can only use basically once a battle? It is, by the way, always funny to be seeing when people forget that emerging exit and whatever is the other one is a thing. Wimping out, I think, is the other one. It's kind of stupid that the same evolutionary line got like the same thing twice. A different names. Strange, but whatever. I honestly wonder like how many new people if it would be in like Scarlet and Violet. How many for how many people it would be the first time that they would be seeing each. And also how would the game be handling it being running away with that? Would it be like it's gone, or is it just gonna be that you were into the battle? I think it should be that it's gone. Because it has been the case like forever with it. That once it in the wild just goes away, it's nowhere to be seen ever again. I guess I will say, especially in the more recent Pokemon games, in my opinion, if move has like more than 20 uses, it is kind of useless after that. We having more than that because first of all you can auto battle, and second of all it's not like the Poke Center is that far away. I mean, I guess if you want to be KOing everything you see, then maybe then it's better that they have more usage, but like, if you don't do that, it's just... In my opinion, if you have like... Even 2 moves that have like 20 usage, it's more likely for me to be running out of HP first, than running out of the moves. It's just... I don't know, it just feels like a waste. I don't feel it's like a waste to me. Status move or changing moves are one of the only moves I understand that there is bunch of them. Especially if it's the one that you're lowering your opponent's like stats. But you know, usually when you have set up everything already yourself in one battle, I don't think that you need to be set upping them again. But like those are fine, but yeah. It's strange, but do be what it do be. Because I don't know, when would have been the last time that in a regular battle situation I would have been running out of moves. Because the only way that I can remember is Dynamax Adventures. But it's kind of rare there as well. It is easy to be running out of like moves that have only 5 usage for sure, but it's kind of obvious. But then there is the ones that like have 10 is very rarely for like when I use it that I'm running out of them. Or like I'm just fine with it, I can be attacking with something else. Kind of a deal. Yeah. I don't know when I actually wouldn't be running out of the moves. Because it just never happens. I know that sometimes I have intentionally been using a struggle against someone because it was an easier way to be defeating each. But like, I don't know. As I said, I think that in Pokemon games, especially nowadays, it's pretty easy to be going to Poke Center. Seems sometimes that they are in every corner. One of them. It is. Can you use like PP ups on like Pokemon that are using the competitive? Though. Yeah. That's understandable. Isn't like the accuracy lowering moves banned? If I remember correctly. They're not cheese. To be honest, they would be making sense if they would be. Because I remember that at one point someone was talking that the accuracy racing or evanescence racing things, they were banned. Yeah, okay then. How dare you use pressure? Yeah. Keep the game fair in the game that is like almost completely RNG anyways. Makes sense. Yeah. But isn't there still like a range for how like how much damage does moves do? Like isn't there at least that like there's a little bit of range how much damage does a move do? But yeah, it is. I said it before that honestly it is with any sport mostly that only the people on top are on the top. It's not they're not gonna be changing too often. Yeah. I will say that I don't really understand like how people are too interested in that if like the results are always the same in quotes. Could be just me because I just don't care about it. It just feels strange. Yeah, I guess. It's kind of like the same thing that I don't understand. Sometimes people be watching like the same like whatever tournament it is like for the fifth time in a row. I don't know, like strange. Like you're literally like rewatching the one that has already been played like years ago. I understand for watching for certain pits, like the good parts, you know, but like watching the entire thing. But at least it's not always guaranteed to be the same ones there. Unlike you're literally just rewatching like a football match or something like that that has already been played and you watch it again. Waiting for a different end result there. Oh yeah, people are by the way memeing that something bad will be happening this year. Because every leap year there has been something bad happening. Which is odd. Because in my opinion, in every year there is something bad happening. Sometimes it's not as like bad as it is sometimes, but it's still bad. But then again, people do be always expecting things to be worse, unfortunately. Hopefully not. Oh yeah. Remember that we did have strikes on the first and the second. We're gonna be having strikes again on from the 14th to the 17th, I think. Things didn't go anywhere on the first ones. Yeah. And even funnier thing that people are so happy with how things are going that basically they are making like already like a thing that they basically want a new government because they are not making good decisions. I don't remember if this government is the right word to be using or not. Basically, though. No, it's not. It's parliament. I don't know. That thing that we actually have. Yeah, even though there is also kind of big companies also included in that as well. It is actually some companies are also against few things that the people in charge that want to be having to be as rules. Also, the fun thing about like people making. Actually, it's about like everyone at that point. Like, no matter like basically what is your income, like everyone would be like struggling from that. That's the thing. Like literally everyone would be struggling from that if they would be making few changes to be a thing. But yeah, once like the thing was like put in public that like people wanted to change basically who is in charge, within an hour it was like having enough like signs. Enough people were signing it in an hour. But yeah, as I said, hopefully things get better. They probably will at some point. Because the thing is that if things don't get better, people are gonna be moving out and then they can't be fixing their biggest problem, that is that there is not enough new people. I guess the dudes that would be making new people possible, they are not in the picture anymore. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, it is. It is a little tough indeed. Especially because we are just about to be having a new president and all of these other things going about. Definitely helping out. Are you gonna be doing any hunting today, or are you just gonna be getting the master balls? Are you gonna be taking the break from getting the master balls? Do you think that you will be done with them today, or is it gonna be taken tomorrow as well? Yeah. But you said that you wanted like 200 of them. It is one of those things that it always would be better to be getting them done at once, but at the same time, at some point, it just gets too boring. Yeah. But were the DAs yesterday easier for Zygarde when there was at least one actual people with you that you can, I guess, trust to be doing right things? Yeah. Was it just two of you, or was there someone else's like on the chat as well there? Oh. I mean, I guess it's still more consistent than either with randos or with NPCs. Yeah, I know you have talked about that it's impossible with them. But yeah, can you be more consistent then? Yeah. Understandable. I'm assuming that you're always doing like random paths, you don't have a set path. How so? Surely they get better. It is hard to be starting a new one. But is it still the case that we always should be for side guard be prioritizing wide guards over ice types? Jeez. Oh no. Was about the Dynamax the wrong Pokemon then? Jeez. I mean, I will say that if I would have been knowing so much about DAs nowadays, I probably would have been maybe tried a Hurricane. I don't know though, because I don't like to be using like not that accurate moves all the time. I'd rather be using like a weaker move that is like guaranteed to hit. And then like one-shot it from there, or two-shot it. Yeah. But yeah, which is more important for Zygarde? Is it Wide Guard or having ice moves? Like if you have to be choosing between the two. Yeah. I mean, I guess like probably for Zygarde, maybe 3 would be ideal. One would be using Wide Guard. If we have like Frost mod, then one could be set up in Hail. And then, you know, everyone would be useful. But yeah, indeed, the strategy that I did see people use a lot is that they had a path where there was like the start was good apart from like one Pokemon, but that was always gonna be switching into the Wild Card user, and everything else was ice types. And that was indeed like the resetting thing, to be keeping the same path every single time. Yeah. And I guess it doesn't hurt to be having a fairy with Follow Me, if nothing is better. But yeah. Zygarde is a pain for sure, but indeed, if you can be getting a good gym, it's not that bad. I'm assuming that you can be missing it. I'm pretty sure you can be missing max moves, right? Or is there like a ridiculously low chance to be missing it? Yeah. What flying? Oh, Togetic has Follow Me. So then Togetic would probably be the best one then to be having as a Follow Me Pokemon, right? Because it is immune to both flying and dragon. Or flying, I mean, ground moves. I was kind of thinking, like, who else does it have? There's not too many Pokemon have, unfortunately, Follow Me on Dynamax Adventures. I kind of understand it, but at the same time, like not. There is like Rage Powder for sure, but it is again like quite limited on who can be using it. But what if a physical ice type move is the only option? Yeah. I know for Xerneas there is also like a little bit of a difference, but at the same time not really. Yeah, exactly. Why wouldn't you want to be using them? Then you know, just use Max Knuckle to be getting a attack off. I'm assuming because, you know, the Zygarde's still low health special thing is only the ability, right? It doesn't get you attacking twice thing, or does it? I mean, the game's always not gonna be giving you the best ones. Imagine getting good Pokemons in Dynamax Adventures. Yeah, Bravna Snow is indeed a one that I'm kind of surprised that I haven't gotten in Dynamax Adventures already as a shiny. Because when I was doing Yveltal, every single time that I did see a Bravna Snow, it was the only thing that I honestly cared about. Because of soundproof. And also ice moves. Nice. I wonder if there is like an actual rarity board for like how commonly are like certain Pokemon found in the past in the Dynamax Adventures. Jinx do be. That's why I don't think it does get the hate anymore that they used to be getting for, you know, being an interesting character slash design. But yeah, I think people should be appreciating both Jinx and Smoocher more. Because I quite like both of them. They both have funny cries. And Jinx is having one of the longest Pokemon cries. If no one has gotten a longer one in a while, then it's the longest. Even. It is quite funny though that both the shortest and the longest cry for Pokemon haven't changed in forever. Yeah, of course, if you can land the lovely kiss. Well, I will say that never ever bring Jinx close to any fire Pokemon. Never ever do that mistake. At least in the Dynamax adventures. Maybe somewhere else it's okay. Just gets destroyed in one fire move. Almost. Quick Law. Quick Law is one of those things that there is only two ways it works. It either every single time activates, or it never activates. And you know when it's the best time to be using or getting the quick law to be activating. When you already move first because you use priority moves. Because it helps. Oh yeah, how fast is Zygarde? Because I'm thinking that Zygarde is quite slow. It just doesn't feel like a Pokemon that would be fast. Oh. Jeez. So it's almost like... It's almost as bad as Xerneas is. It's faster than Xerneas, what do you mean? I'm pretty sure Xerneas is at 90. What do you mean that the land snake is faster than the... than like a creature that has 4 quite like lengthy legs? I guess it slides around very fast. Insane. But then again, I guess... I mean, to be fair, understandable because that it just hits harder, right? Slash is more tankier. Is it on the 10% form then like ridiculously fast? I mean, that's not that bad. But it do be fast. But yeah, Pokemon speed stats don't make sense half of the time though. Because still my greatest comparison is that a very chunky cat can be outspeeding a little jet plane. It's so stupid how fast Paragly is. Yeah, but can you even really like use it in battles though? Because I don't honestly know how to be changing the forms for Zygarde. Maria, do you know how to even activate the 10% form? Because I have no idea. Okay. I'm assuming that you get it from the auction place near either the ghost or the fighting gym. It's where you usually get all the legendary items. It's not really an auction place, but you know, a little stall that sells different things depending on the time of day. AKA what day of the week it is, because it's completely random. At least the good thing is that if you really need something there and you miss a day, that you can be purchasing something from yesterday. I guess for like if you're specifically looking for something in there, the best strategy is to be checking it every 3 days. Because you can see, of course, what is today's item, yesterday's item, and you can purchase it. And then you can see tomorrow's. And if there's nothing interesting, just skip 2 days and then go back. It is quite a silly system. And the unfortunate thing is that most of the time there is like, I think it's the cracked pod that is for the fake Sinistry, right? It's usually that as the item. At least thankfully the legendary items that you do be, if you want to be using them, you don't need to be waiting for them, you just need to be having them in your party. I will be wondering though if Regieleki, or whichever is, however you say the electric one's names. I wonder in how many games it's gonna be available in. Because the Regis always have the problem that they at the same time they feel like literally anywhere, but at the same time they are not really anywhere. Because of course, like, there is the... I don't really count the ultra wormholes. But yeah. Because at the same time, like, as I said, they feed everywhere, but... and nowhere. Most definitely. They are goofy little fellas for sure. But yeah, there's definitely still like few like legendary like Pokemons that I think that really shouldn't be out of their region. One of them is definitely the Chapus. Again, Dynamax Adventure is an interesting place. But... it's a different place. Kind of like the Ultra Wormholes. Something different for sure. Because the problem is that some legendaries they like have way too deep a connection with the place that they are found in. That it just doesn't make sense for them to like wander off somewhere else. I mean, to be honest though, that the legendary birds, they make kind of sense to be everywhere because honestly, apart from them to be available in specific locations, they don't really seem like that unique Pokemons. And to be birds, so makes sense that they could be anywhere. But for whatever reason, they were like at first only stuck inside of a building. And then in caves. Like, why would a bird go inside of a building or in a cave? Like, I would be fine if Zapdos would be like on top of the power plant, for example. Maybe there would be an alternate path for Articuno to be outside. At least Moltres was moved into the Sevi Islands in the games that they are in. But yeah, it's interesting that because the doorways to the you know, wherever they are located in, they don't seem too big. And you know, they are pretty big Pokemon, the legendary birds. What are they doing inside of the buildings and caves and not even breaking anything? Did they use teleport and don't know how to get out anymore? Because, like, yes, a place for a Zapdos to be inside a power plant, it makes sense because, you know, electricity. But could it just be outside? They do be strange ones for sure. I will say though, why couldn't Zapdos be getting a little bit better shiny? It's so bad. I don't even mind, like, Articuno is fine to me, but then the Zapdos is... And you know who doesn't love a rubber duck? That is on fire. Doesn't want a rubber duck that is on fire to be turning into... looking like it's uncooked. It's raw. But yeah, at least in most games after like the Kanto, or apart from the Kanto games, in quite a good amount of them, then they were either outside or roaming somewhere. You know, thing that you would be expecting from a bird. Not just being stuck inside of a cave. And I will say that I do be loving the addition that there is like 1,000,002 different possibilities for them to be flying in the Let's Go games. Great addition to their rarity, you know? Makes them feel a lot rarer than they are. it would be cool. But my question is that was the you know what or the World Tournament all in both versions, both on the first ones and the second ones, or were they only in like Black and White shoe? Yeah, that's the problem. I don't know. Especially like how remakes have been going, they usually only go with the base ones in codes. They usually don't go with the third ones. I know that that's the special case that there is technically sequels, but I don't know. It's a possibility nonetheless. But yeah, never know. There definitely could be. Again, it's one of those things that even though I wouldn't be using the edge, it wouldn't be too bad to be having. Another question is that location where the World Tournament is happening available in the Black and White? The first ones. Like in Black Shoe and White Shoe, since there is the World Tournament, is the location available on the first ones in like in those games? Or is it like an extra location on Black Shoe and White Shoe? Then I can see it as a possibility that it could be added because it's a completely different area. But if it would be like, let's say there is a library there in the Black and White, and then in Black Shoe and White Shoe that would be the World Tournament location, then, you know, it wouldn't be making sense too much. But if it's a completely separate area, then possible. I think a cool way to be honestly be making it is that, like, while you're playing through the game, it's under construction. And once you, like, defeat the Elite Four, then it becomes a available location. I doubt it because, you know, they did show in Auras that there is the battle tower, but it wasn't a thing. Unfortunately. But it would be a cool way, in my opinion, to be making it a possibility. What do you? Don't know. That would be cool. Yeah. Like, of course they're like kind of unfair battles, but at the same time, if you go there, you know what you're doing, you know? But imagine like suddenly an Elite Four, every single Elite Four member and the champion would be having legendaries. Every Pokemon trainer has legendaries. Good luck, you have just a Sunkern that you can never evolve because Sunstones are in the thing. Yeah, I know. But I'm just more saying that it's good that it's like a separate area for that instead of like, let's just make in PDSB Cynthia's team to be a little unfair to an average player that doesn't know how to be making good Pokemons. Because it's ridiculous. You don't expect it. Just out of nowhere, it's like ridiculously hard. Because that's like one of my like things that I don't like about PDSB is that the Elite Four and the champion is like unfair to an average player. But they were meant to be faithful remakes. I love when people talk about that they are faithful remakes. It's so hilarious. I mean, surely they are, but at the same time, please. We know. Yeah. It makes sense. But yeah, it is kind of insane how many of the late game like battle mechanics did at one point have legendaries. It's just how? There is only supposed to be one in here. Where did you get this? But is that the reason why in certain regions there is not like certain legendary Pokemon because someone has already claimed them? Is that why Kendo has such bad legendaries? The average, a little bit better than average birds, and a science experiment. No one wanted them. uh... It's like, I have heard like the explanation why in every single region there is like every single legendary is to be keeping the balance. Which is, you know, fair enough, but you know, it's a video game, why wouldn't there be one of the time Pokemons million times? Not even the dudes did get like the birds. Wow. I mean, there wouldn't be anyone for ice, I guess, but still. Yeah. Do be allowing those birds. I mean, technically there is more legendaries in Kanto because, you know, the legendary beasts are there sometimes. I'm not really counting Ho and Lugia for it from the Sevi Islands because I don't really count them as part of Kanto myself. They're like their own little thing. And also, you know, Kanto being connected to Chodo, it kind of makes sense that some of the Chodo ones could be available there anyways. Even though it's usually the case that Kanto is available in Chodo games instead of the other way around. I think one cool thing is that we would be indeed be getting another Pokemon World Tournament in Pokemon game someday. That we would be having some of them to be having shinies there. I know it's the case sometimes that in the battle things that there is shinies, but I think it should be the case more often because it's just funny to be seeing them. You know, the very good reasoning why Cynthia has a Rayquaza is that she was flying with her card chomp and they pumped into it. and accidentally threw a master ball. Also, it happened a while ago, but we have gone 3 times the odds. Yeah. I mean, I will say that Cyrus having a Giratina would, in my mind, make more sense, but yeah, that makes sense as well. But yeah, it's quite interesting that how they sometimes make cards to be connecting to each other. I don't know how much they do it anymore. They used to do it quite a bit at one point. It just seems like it either has calmed down or no one is really talking about it anymore. Hello? You're on the table. I need to make room for you. Yeah? I know you did get your food. I know. Terrible things have been happening. Yeah. That's interesting. I can kind of see Altaria. Weirdly. There we go, now you have in the room. No, you want attention? Okay, sure. Are you gonna be attacking the mic? Are you gonna be leaving the mic alone today? The very mandatory giving cat attention moment. You gave me a shock. How dare you? What are you trying to be doing? Are you now calmed? She is now calm. Apparently trying to be opening a program as well. She is still very talented to be operating computers. Yeah, as I said, I can kind of see Cynthia having Altaria. Rayquaza is a little odd. And was the Altaria like a normal Altaria? It wasn't like a Mega one. Yeah. That's quite odd, but maybe they, for whatever reason, attacked in there. They had a fierce battle. Who is the better dragon of flying time in that room? But then again, there is so many things in Pokemon that like are hinted like very early on and then they are explained like maybe years later. There is so many situations where that's the case. Not as much anymore, of course, but there is still like decent amount that are hinted earlier and then they are only later revealed. For example, there is the case that in almost every Pokemon game there is somehow a reference to the next like new Pokemon game. Like a new one that starts the generation. And sometimes it's like mentioned for like more or less side games like Legends Arceus and in PDSP, for example. Oh. Yeah. It kind of, yeah, does that. It would like make more sense, of course, if Cyrus is like the ancestor would be the one to be using it, that it would be like angry to it, or like somehow would be able to see like Cyrus's like ancestor first. So that would be like triggering it. But yeah. That fight is something else for sure. Especially with like not being too familiar still with the how the battling works in that game. But yeah, definitely interesting. And then for whatever reason it's found in the random cave where you actually catch it. Like, you can't catch it when you have, like, absolutely defeated it. No. You have to be going into a cave. I get it, like, it did go there to be hiding and healing for sure, but, like, in actuality, like, why not? Yeah. But yeah, there is still like one like small little detail that I think gets a little overlooked in Legends Arceus though, and it's that no matter what, hidden power will be always super effective. Which like is so cool that, you know, back in the day hidden power was a very powerful move, and now it's like randomly selects which type it is. And is that forever? Because the thing is that how many times are you either gonna be battling an unknown or some other Pokemon that you would be we will be having it, you know? Gogeta is definitely a person that appears out of nowhere, doesn't make sense, and uses a pixie plate as a cutting board. You know the usual things. It is kind of hilarious to think about, by the way, that like how well hidden is the plates anyways nowadays. Of course, like, it makes sense that they are hidden for sure, but it's just quite interesting how rare they are to be finding anywhere. But yeah, Gogeta is definitely a character that I have a feeling that we are gonna be seeing at some point again. Yeah. It is kind of strange though, because for now it is indeed the only Pokemon that there technically only is one of in the entire Pokemon universe. We are not, of course, counting that multiple different people can be capturing the same Pokemon. But it's interesting that out of everything, even the other, like, Buff Cloud dudes, they are able to be existing nowadays. But no, Inarmorous is like nowhere. It just is gone. That's honestly another reason why I think we either will be seeing Gogeta or like an ancestor of her at some point in the future, and they will be having each then. And that's why it's like nowhere, because it has been well kept in secrets. Yeah. But you never know. I will say that I would kind of see in Armorous to be at some point to be used as an evil team leader or a team leader Pokemon. Like, what if someone like found each and then they started to be using it, you know? Like, found the Pokeball and did manage to like break it somehow. Because I would personally like to say that the Pokeballs that we do be using in Hishui, you could be breaking them quite easily. It just feel like they would be like that. I mean, if anyone can be making them. So, would be making sense in that at least. If literally anyone can be making them, so like, you know, why not? Nice lag there. Ultramoon is starting it again. But yeah. My question is or was there originally in the reveal class or whatever it's the name that you can be switching the buff cloud dude's forms? Was there always a little pink on each? Or was it only just added because of, you know, the new one? Yeah, because of course, like, it would be making sense, it would be added, but at the same time, it could have been hinted, like, since the beginning that the buff cloud dudes were added. Because it would be, like, kind of a small detail that I would be seeing to be a thing. Something subtle that no one really looks for, and it's just there. Yeah. I remember when there was the in the anime there was actually with the reveal class and the buff cloud dudes. Was interesting. It's honestly so weird how many times in the anime, not just in the movies, in the anime in general, how many times there is like just randomly legendaries. Weirdest being definitely a baby Lugia. Yeah. And that kind of like says that the buff cloud dudes would be from there originally. Which I will say that I don't from what we have been seeing how things go. It doesn't make sense that they are in Legends Arceus. But they are. And yeah. Do be what it do be. But honestly, what couldn't be considered to be a prototype thing in Legends Arceus? Because I will say that it's quite interesting that they are not like at all like questioning why is there link cables or whatever is the evolution item for trade evolutions. That they are not questioning it that much. I mean, it's honestly the case with pretty much any single Pokemon that has a trade evolution item in that game. And I'm just surprised that they're like, that's normal. And the weirdest thing in my opinion is that you can be buying them. Like, is the dude just, you know, casually going into the space-time distortion to be collecting them, or how do the dude be having them? Because like all these stones you can like argue that, you know, they are available if you break rocks, but it doesn't make the whole lot of sense that the evolution items for trade evolutions would be available in there. But then again, I guess everything can be just explained with the thing that it's a space-time distortion. Everything can be making as much and as less sense as they can be, because they can be from the future. But how long into the future? Because link cables were indeed a thing. Like, were they at some point like not being to be a safe way to be doing evolutions? Or is it only becoming a thing in the future for current day Pokemon games? Don't know. One day, indeed. But yeah, speaking of like space-time distortions, I'm quite surprised that they didn't make like a legendary or something locked behind a space-time distortion. Like a special one. Maybe that way we could have been getting a Genesect. It would be making too much sense, but don't know. Maybe. Yeah. Genesect is definitely like an interesting Pokemon in that it is again, if I remember correctly, like kind of another one of those like science experiments. So it's very interesting. And how it seemed like it's one of the only ones that didn't really get a wild or like many of them to be made. If we don't count the movie. Yeah, that would be kind of sick. Or Professor Oak's letter. Yeah. Look what I did. A cool thing. It would definitely be interesting. And I think like an interesting way to be getting like the cardboard box Genesect thingy would be like if you would be helping out a kid and then like they made it for you as a tanks. But imagine that Azure Fluid was considered at one point to be so complicated of an item that it can be released. Oh, that's kind of unique. Makes sense as well. Because I will say one thing, since the Azure Fluid was considered to be way too complicated of an item. In my opinion, like if I would be a kid and try to figure things out, I think I could be figuring out Azure Fluid. But I think honestly some of the evolutions would be more annoying to be getting. Specifically, you know, in Shino, since you needed to be near the stones in order to evolve them. Like, yeah, sure, it makes sense, but at the same time, would you really think that? What's wrong with Meloetta then? Oh, in Scarlet and Violet, you mean? Yeah. I'm personally not too interested in, again, be catching Meloetta in that game, but again, I have like almost no interest on getting any of the legendaries there anyways, because I can be capturing them in other games. I think I have done enough things that if I want to, I could be going ahead and capturing every single legendary in that game. At least for sure, I know that I have done enough of the multiplayer things to be getting access to those ones. But yeah. Of course I can understand, like, when new thing comes out for Pokemon, everyone is like posting how to be getting this. You know, be getting views. At the same time, it's kind of annoying that they are like popping everywhere. Because like, you know, I don't care maybe. Go out of my way. Because I think like, I don't remember which it was. It was maybe like how to get an Orcapon or something like that, and there was like literally 5 videos right next to each other from different accounts saying the same exact thing. And the thing is as well that I found it very hilarious because it's so obvious that, you know, it's just go through the story. It's not like usually legendaries are like that are new in the DLCs or something like that. It couldn't be a thing. No, no, no. How do I get Orgrimmon? I mean, I will say that of course it's good for the people that actually like really want to be seeing like can they skip something if they just really want to be getting it fast. But at the same time, like just go to the story and then most likely you will be able to find it. Because I'm trying to think of like in Sword and Shield as well that was there any like new legendaries that you wouldn't be getting as part of the story or at the end of the story? I can't think of any. Because you just like get them. I will say though that Petrorand was like, even though like after you get it started it's not that bad, but getting it started it's interesting. Like it's a quite nice way to be getting it, in my opinion. That's like honestly the first one that I think that you would need to be having some sort of guide for in Scarlet and Violet for the legendaries or like other special Pokemons. Oh, I guess another thing that could be kind of hard in Scarlet and Violet is the loyal tree. Because if you're not just thinking that they're in the location that you did find them at first, then, you know, can be annoying to be capturing. I would like to say yes. At least, no, not for everything, but for some things for sure. But I will say that it is kind of hilarious though that Eternatus is 100% catch rate. like I can kind of understand both Orgrimmon and Petrorand and the Terabacos. I can understand those, like you like have a very big battle with them. But then with Eternatus, I can't speak. It's like, yeah, you have a battle, but at the same time, like, it still feels like it has power left. But yeah, I will say that in my opinion, I don't mind if the, like, in quotes, like, side legendaries are gonna be 100% catch rated. But I think, like, the main ones should be, like, a little bit difficult. It do be. Would you lend Eternatus a hand when it's in the hand form? uh, it's in my mind very hilarious that it's indeed a hand. The scary mode. But yeah, I think I will be ending once I hit 400 today. I just really want to be hitting the odds, and as I said, I have a few things that I need to be doing for tomorrow. I need to be doing before it's too late, because neighbors, they don't like when you're making noise in the middle of the night for some reason. And also, it's in the rules. But yeah, decent day today. Did find at least something. Virgin? And to be fair, even though it's only 700 encounters, the last 2 times I did do 850 checks, so it balances it out nicely. And still progress is progress. Oh, Absol. We do be getting few nighttime encounters. I thought we'd be able to get them done first. Too bad. shiny bear chick. I will say one thing that I'm very happy about today as well is that Stone Churner, especially in the start, was showing up. Yeah, exactly. Another shiny bear chick on the last encounter. Would be kind of hilarious. Let's see then. Nothing on there. Oh! Hello. You managed to squeeze in somehow. 2%. But yeah, it's not gonna be it for today. I quite like in half an hour or 45 minutes shorter stream than usual. But still, I got a face though. That's nice. But yeah, have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll be back on most likely on Saturday. If not on Sunday, the latest. And Xerneas will be continuing then. But yeah, good luck with the hunts. And until next time, bye!